Hey, what's up, my music? What's going on? I'm just I'm just keeping an eye on these resistance levels right here. All the way up to 89.7 to see if we can finally reach that third wave area in the green, because I really want to start opening shorts. It sounds crazy for some people, but I think shorting Bitcoin might be the way to go at these levels. Just to short it all the way back to like 80 to 90k or something. But how you doing? Doing good? If we can reach this area, that'll be great. But I don't think it's gonna happen today. I think we're gonna see fluctuations. Maybe it'll be in here over market close in the evening, and we'll see if it continues into here, holding it for tomorrow or something like that. So, but just in case, I'm just keeping an eye on it. Shlomi, I didn't know. Is your name still the same on Discord? But yeah, I really want to take a trade sometime soon. I just don't know. I'm just giving it time because we can probably reach this area, and I don't want to short unless we're like at 91k ideally. Or I'll keep that in mind. No, not yet. But I mean, like, if it goes up there, just because if my wave counts are correct, you know, if the wave counts are correct, you know, the third wave will be overextended. Oh, sweet! You took a profit on Mara. Yeah, it bounced up really nicely. It went straight into the retracement area, really nicely. Wow. I mean, in my opinion, just be cautious. Like, just be patient. Because yeah, I had a nice bump. But if my wave counts are correct, well, even if it goes up into like 91k, it can probably reach this next resistance area in the imbalance gap right here. That's possible, I think. Yeah, that area there. But the thing is, though, if the wave counts are correct, and Bitcoin does reach this area, that'll be a perfect third wave. And then the fourth wave, which I'll draw in once we have that, the fourth wave will have, like, you know, a reasonable 3-wave correction. It can easily correct back down to like roughly 87 to 88k, maybe, at least. That's just an educated guess. I won't know until we have this area what the imbalances look like. But probably even 86. Just be patient. I'm being patient. I'm not gonna take a trade until things are super clear now. But I'm just being cautious because once the third wave maxes out, basically. And again, like, this dip right here is very shallow compared to this, and a third wave finish usually is not as shallow as this. So if the third wave is still happening and we top out this third wave, if it fails, then we can have a bigger, you know, a bigger dip. Yeah, liquidations at 89k. Most likely, you're probably right on that. I haven't taken a trade since the FOMC meeting. The short that ended up being a loss. But the thing is, though, Yeah, there's nothing clear, and there's a lot of liquidations filling up at 80.08, becoming stronger on the weekly. So let me see if that holds up to some other. No, not this one. This one's looking at 83. What's another OKX? Oh wait, they have Bit Unix on here now. That's right. Bit Unix is also looking at 83. So in that case, if it does finally reach that green, or at any point it can come back down to 83 possibly. So like that's a good shorting opportunity, but then it's also the idea of this failing and just having that third deep wave, like deep value wave. That's why I really want to see if this third wave is going to hold or not, because if it does, then it'll create a decent shorting opportunity back to the low 80s, just to like be safe on it. Because right now I would rather take a short than a new long, just because the downside pressure, I feel like it's building up, but I do want to see it come up into this area. And if it does, then I want to start carefully looking to take some shorts, like some intraday shorts too, like day trading shorts, preferably, just to reduce risk. But every time there's a big run up, there's always, big red candles. There's always big red candles. Even if the price keeps going higher, there's big red candle corrections, like multi-hour usually. So that's what I want to try to capture, is those like aggressive short-term moves down as it tries to continue to prove itself. But as of right now, it looks like we can possibly keep going higher, and I want to shave some of my BitU positions the higher we go, just to reduce longs, to try to profit off that short-term shorts, and then keep cycling as as the fluctuations happen. And then I think that as long as we hold the liquidation supports, or as long as we don't reach those liquidation supports too early, we should be able to find support right here. And if that fails, then the liquidity wall at 83 is the only thing really that's gonna keep us afloat at that point. Dang, what tariffs? Because I think today I saw an article that said I think it's like any country that buys oil from, I think it was like Venezuela or something like that, they'll be targeted with tariffs. I think I heard that at some point this morning. I hope I spelled that right. Yeah, hopefully they outweigh those risks well, because it's gonna hurt a lot of GDPs if this progresses too far into Q2. I don't know. I have a pretty good feeling about Q2. I think we're gonna have a lot of really good setups, but we'll see. Yeah, if this fails, I'm not gonna worry about the 120 moving average, but if this fails, this will be the next area to look at before we can start being really, really cautious. I would do this, but yeah, I'll do it just in case. Yeah, see, it overlaps it. So the liquidity overlaps with the bigger retracement. So at that point, yeah, if this fails, then you know things are gonna change a little bit. That's just what I'm waiting on, but we'll see how this evolves throughout the week. But I'm just gonna keep watching it until things become a bit more clear. See if that can. It probably will again because again the fluctuations are alive, you know, and especially as we near that third wave area. So where's Mara? So like, you know, supports are usually retested pretty well. And we have a pretty decent imbalance right here. Like any moment Bitcoin shows any short-term weakness, even if it's just a corrective move for a rally, then it can easily just pull it back. It's just, but it broke past this pretty well. So even if it comes back down to here, this descending resistance can act as a support. But I'll just be cautious. I'll just be cautious. Like I don't have any funds in my options trading account. I wish I did. I probably would take a, personally, I don't know. I feel like I will personally short it throughout this week. Starting maybe like tomorrow or something like that. But I can't. But by the time I put funds in there, it's gonna take a whole week for it to settle. So I can't take any options trades this week. Just because a fluctuative pullback is going to happen at any moment. That's pretty much it, you know. Like we can't just keep rising forever. I mean, we can rise for a while, but like there's always going to be those. It's always going to happen. But ideally we want it to happen in this green, not within this orange. Because the green is the, you know, an ideal third wave. And at that point, anywhere in that green, we can expect a decent correction. So it's just like I'm expecting a dip when it reaches roughly 91 or in this green area, ideally before it surpasses 1.38. But anywhere with here, that's when I expect, you know, prices to weaken and show some short-term corrective moves before possibly, you know, and even if it goes into the 90s, it'll be a corrective move back down to like roughly mid 80s. And then that's where like I'll be looking at for important support. As long as the retracement and imbalance is aligned, that's where I'm gonna be looking at. So I'm just trying to be patient with it, but it's nice to see some like green prices after so much red, you know. I don't know yet. You know, 60s and 70s are still possible. Like I said this in a few videos, but like I think I'm gonna try to say it a different way. So it's like, in order to confirm bullish uptrend, at least for me, we need to see that wave count happen. So if like we fail to reach this area, at least in my opinion, if we fail to reach this area or even reach it but then fail the fourth wave, that can open a pathway down. And like at this point right now, we're struggling to pass this wick right here. So like at any point, if this fails and we can't reach that third wave, then it's a short-lived rally, and at that point we're looking at retracements and liquidity walls to help us. If that fails, then we're going down. But things won't become clearly more bullish until we reach, a reasonable length into the third wave. And then fourth wave, I have the fourth wave up here because we're not using it yet, but and then the fourth wave has to prove itself. And if it does, then easily the fifth wave will bring us up easily into 100K. And then that'll be the overall first wave, right? That'll be a completion of an overall first wave on the bigger picture. And then at that point, we're looking for an overall second wave correction. And then a third wave rally that can easily bring us up to just about 130K. So I'm just trying to focus on those bigger picture fluctuations and then the small volatility within them. And then trying to get this third wave in is that small term, short term volatility, which I really want to try to pick up some intraday try to pick up some intraday shorts at that point, and then again some longs once we start reaching the fourth wave corrective. Jonathan, stop. So yeah, before I potentially take any shorts or anything, I really want to see if we can get that third wave, because shorting right now will be dangerous because we have momentum, so it can easily keep going higher. And at that point I'd rather not short, and then just if this fails, then just wait for some reasonable areas to accumulate longs again. But if it does reach this area, then that's when I want to short. It's just like that, and then the bigger picture wave counts. If this proves itself, then 100K will happen very, very soon. Hopefully that made sense. But yeah, no, again, it's either the bullish or the bearish wave count. And even if we do break, this retracement area, then we still have, some wave counts to look at to the downside. So there's still some long opportunities even if we go down. But the thing is, that's only if we fail to reach the third wave estimate, that at least my estimate of it. And if we do, then we got to have that fourth wave correction that holds. And honestly, it should be around 87K, but we'll see. We got to reach the area first. And then at that point, fifth wave, that can bring us up to 6 digits once again. Either or, whatever happens, I'm just trying to prepare for whatever happens, because there's going to be some really, really good trade opportunities regardless of what happens. It's just trying to stay clear, because the FOMC meeting short, I messed up. I took a large loss, almost 3K loss, because I wasn't paying attention to the proper indicators. My retracement was focused on a small move instead of the overall move. And when I changed it to the overall move after the trade, I realized wow, it filled it in perfectly. So at that point, I'm trying to be very, very cautious with the way I set up these fib extensions and fib retracements, because they always tend to hold up very, very well. And then, you got to make sure they're well organized. So instead I took a short way too late, the proper indicator would have showed a bounce at a specific price. And then actually, I think it was right here. This was the FOMC. So this orange retracement was a lot lower because I was only factoring this move instead of the overall move from the bottom. And then as you can see, we were up here at the time, and this retracement ended up proving a really, really strong support, but I couldn't see it because I wasn't organized. It wasn't properly set. And then we ended up, here's the FOMC. We came down, so I started at this candle. We came down, found support perfectly, and I wasn't paying attention to the 120 moving average. So both of them overlapped perfectly at the time. Found strong support, and then we started pumping higher. And I think I took that short around here. So it was working out, but I didn't realize there was a strong floor there. And then it pushed higher. And the short, I ended up closing it. The moment it broke over this retracement, that's when I closed it, because I knew if it can break over this retracement, if it can break over this resistance in white, then there's definitely a lot of bullish momentum. And there was, and I found resistance at this area. And then I said, if in a previous video, I said if we can reach this area, we have enough momentum to later push into it harder. We see this like 9 out of 10 times. And then we're pushing harder into it right now. But we still can't break past the 1.38. So that's why I'm trying to be cautious right now and not get ahead of myself with any trades. And I'm trying to be patient. So maybe there'll be a good trading opportunity sometime this week. But as of right now, this 1.38, it doesn't want to pass it. But yeah, I wasn't organized, so the cost of not being organized was like $2,600 that I lost. So now I'm using it as a reminder to make sure all my areas are well set. So now, I kind of forgot what the original thing we were talking about was about, but yeah, I'm just we got to see those areas fill properly and not get ahead of ourselves, because that's just how it is. Regardless if inflation is transitory, regardless of everything, there's always market makers, and they really like imbalance areas. They really like retracement areas, retesting. So it's just a game of patience right now, really, because if I short now, I mean, we have momentum. We can easily go up into this area. And if I long it, well, we're struggling to pass over the 1.38 at 88.8 K. So like there's just not much clear evidence right now. That's why I still have that long BitU position in the background to capture any potential upside to this. So at least I'm still profiting. I've been profiting off of this, but it's not enough to like overwhelm the account if I decide to short or anything. I want to leave it as like an insurance play. And now we're just waiting to see if it's going to hold. If it fails, we can look at like 2 levels of support. Well, actually it's 3. We look at 3 levels of support, but 2 of them are kind of the same. 3 levels of support. And then if that can't hold, then yeah, the structure becomes really clear to make shorts to the downside. And at that point, sub 80K levels, like probably for the last time. Yeah, we're inside the really good value gap right here. I mean, we can easily surpass it up to the premium section, but if we do, that'll be great because we can get the third wave. But if this fails, then it becomes super clear to know when to short and like how far down to hold the shorts. And if we go higher, great. The background BitU position will keep profiting until we reach resistance, 91K probably, and then somewhere around there. But I wouldn't be surprised if it maxes it out and tries to go to like 95 before it drops. But at that point, it's like on the 48 hour, so the 2-day. What are you looking at? Binance USDT? Oh yeah, look at that. There's a lot of downside pressure to find support as well. That's crazy. There's a lot of people pushing longs right now. Yeah, there's a lot of people pushing longs because look at all these short liquidation walls. Dang. So yeah, it's very possible we can reach this area. But once we do, like I want to take a short because if it holds, then we'll be back into like mid 80s roughly to try to get a fourth wave correction and then to push higher. And the good thing about it too is that like once we find a third wave top and we try to take a short for the fourth wave, it's like there's one of two things can happen. The fourth wave holds and we'll be out once we reach the fourth wave estimate area, and then like we sell and we profit, cool. But the other thing is too, like if it fails and the price aggressively keeps dropping, then we're still holding on to those shorts. So I'm very excited for the fourth wave move down. Um, but we gotta see if the third wave can hold up, because at the end of the day, this is what happens. It's like every wave count usually has its duration and its healthy length. When you have specific waves not meeting the criteria, it shows to be weak or shows to not have the kind of volume that you're looking for to complete all the waves. So right now, technically, we did surpass this high. So like technically, this is an okay third wave. A healthy one, a healthy one will be in this area. And the reason I say that is because even if the third wave tops out now, instead of reaching the green area, it's gonna show weakness. It's as simple as that. Like if we don't have the healthy length, then volume looks weak and it can destroy the structure and just do something completely crazy. So first wave is good because it reached retracement, it came all the way up, maxed it really well, and then from there with the fluctuation that it gave us, we got a proper retracement here, completing the second wave, so everything is healthy. With the current fluctuations here, we know that the third wave can stretch out to here and now be healthy. And if it fails, then it shows to be weak, and that's when we really have to be careful. That's all. Yo, Parf. My microphone's working. Yeah, okay. I was just telling Shlomi he was here. His name is My Music now, by the way. But if you want to know what I was telling Shlomi, I can tell you real quick. I might go to the store in a moment. I might go to the store, pick up some stuff. But I was telling Shlomi that like these wave counts have to be healthy because there is some negative pressure. Like RSI is too high, and if this was the third wave finish, is very shallow. I mean, it's fine, but it's very shallow, and I would like to see it more aggressive. And I told him if we're struggling to pass the 1.38 line, so like if this fails, and we have 3 lines of support, if these fail, then I wouldn't be surprised if we go sub 80, like maybe one more time. And then I told him that, like, for now, all the wave counts have been healthy. And if they're not healthy and meet at least the criteria I meet them, to me, it says that they're very weak and they can break. So, like, if we have a strong first wave, so, like, from this whole move down, here's the retracement, first wave, perfect. Second wave, perfect. Maxed out that retracement pretty much. It passed the 0.5. And then, so those are good. Those are healthy. So everything's fine. But now the third wave with, the fluctuations of the first to second and these fluctuations, we get this area up here as a potential third wave or a healthy third wave. So like technically the third wave could be in because it surpassed the swing high, but that's weak in my opinion because third waves are extreme and they tend to overextend, and that's what you want to see. So like it's shallow also compared to like this high. So if this is considered a third wave, then it's very weak and a lot of that bullish volume can fade out. So to me, in order for us to see a continuation up higher, like back into 100K, I want to see a successful third wave like into the low 90s because it will show healthy. And now at that point, when it retracts and it tries to complete a fourth wave, which I'll have that fourth wave if we get there. Once we have that fourth wave correction, then it's very possible it can, due to the healthy nature of the wave extension, it's more likely than not that the fourth wave support will hold. So if that's the case, then the fifth wave after the fourth wave can easily bring us into 100K. And then that 5-wave move will complete a really, really nice first wave. Right? First wave, and then the second wave at that point, due to the extreme nature in us actually completing the wave counts, second wave overall will be likely to hold. So once we have a proper second wave, then the third wave, which again is expected to be overextended, the bigger overall third wave can bring us up roughly to like 130K before we then, continue the structures. So that's what I want to see in order to like say that no more sub 80K levels. Like that's just what I want to see. I want to see healthy wave counts so then we can be much more confident on whatever supports we get. That more confident that they will hold. That's what I want to see. And if we fail to have a healthy third wave, then I kind of want to be a little bit aggressive on shorts because bullish momentum can build due to weak wave volume. And like I've seen this many times. It happened a ton in 2024. It happened a few times here in 2025 due to certain wave counts not being healthy. So that's what I'm trying to look for. It's at this point, it's like even if we do find support, even if right now we go down to 83 or whatever, we find support, it's gonna make a extremely messy structure. It's gonna be a really, really messy structure because if you consider like this will be considered an unhealthy third wave from this move right here. So like we have a wave count. So like here's the first wave and then second. It's just super messy because it starts off negative, and then the recovery wave couldn't surpass this one. So it's like it's really messy. So this is very difficult to read. So at that point, even if we do come down to support, it can ruin this wave, and like I can't really put my finger on it because it's kind of like it's just too messy to read. So that's why I want to see this third wave complete, because then it will make things a lot more clear, and it will be a healthy structure, and then that's it. Like we'll be looking at fourth wave correction, and it'll be like most likely to hold. So as of right now, like before I take any new trades, like we should see this happen. You know, if it happens or if it fails, whatever, we'll see it happen this week. Because is it the last week? Yeah, it's the last full trading week of the month. So, and then Q2 starts, and Q2s tend to be very high volume. So it's like we gotta have a confirmation or a break before the end of this week. And it's also the last Friday of the week, so a lot of Bitcoin options expire. So then it's like the volume's there. We just gotta give it time. Not today, but sometime this week we'll either have confirmation. I mean, it can happen overnight, but sometime this week we gotta have confirmation or a break. And at that point, whenever we have confirmation or break, that's when I want to start opening up some new trades, because then things will be a little bit more clear. But as of right now, at least in my opinion, and everyone's different, but at least in my opinion, these wave counts have been very healthy. But this third one has to prove to be healthy and meet that criteria, at least my criteria. So that's what I'm waiting on. We either are gonna try to find support. It'll be super messy, but even if support holds, that's fine. But I don't want to see it hold. I either want to see support break or a confirmation of a final like healthy third wave. Like that's what I want to see, because if support holds, it's gonna be really messy and super uncertain. It's just not. It's not clear. So I don't even want to see support hold. I either want to see a break so we can have a clear new structure to the downside, or complete this healthy third wave and we can continue to look forward to a healthy uptrend structure. So I want to short it at the third wave, and if it comes down, I want to make sure that the support doesn't hold, because it's going to be a lot more clear to trade a bearish structure, shorting bearish structures, than it would be to try to play longs off of these shorts down here. Because even if this weekly like support holds, like there's so much like it's not clear. And then like even if these liquidity walls to the downside break, it'll create so much like it'll create like a negative squeeze, and then support can easily break. So it's like it just doesn't make sense to me. That's why I don't even want to worry about that. And if it happens, it happens. But it'll be a lot more clear if they all break, or we just get confirmation instead of hoping supports hold. It doesn't really make too much sense in my opinion. So we'll see. So I'm gonna keep track of this, and then hopefully sometime this week, like this volume picks up and we can just finally like make sense of things a little bit more clearly. But it's possible. I mean, if we can break past the 1.38 at 88.8, you know, chances are the 1.618 would easily surpass that, and then try to get into that green. But you know, time will tell. And that's pretty much it, man. Like what I'm trying to pay attention to before I take any new positions. But in a lot of other people's charts, like this is considered a healthy third wave, and like that's fine, because I can obviously be wrong. Because there's a lot more advanced traders out there that use wave counts and fibs a lot better than I do. But I try to focus on the more extreme side than the short term noise because when there's so much fluctuations, especially in like an aggressive economy, it's like we tend to stretch out to the extreme side. So like I feel comfortable using a more extreme extension than a conservative one right now, like a lot of other people are using. It just makes sense to me. I'm gonna change real quick. I think I'm gonna go to the store in a little bit. So hold on.
Invincible.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain.
time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feeling like a dynamite, ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. Yeah. For my broken heart, no remedy. But maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. Oh, my darkest memories, now let me fall back. But you'll be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track. We can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Yeah. What's on the other side of inhibition? Ooh, I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so cool.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay on my own life, sending no rainbows, playing it cool. I don't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
Yeah, bro. We're just waiting on that. Actually, you reminded me to take a look at any news. Wait, did he buy another 7,000? I think he might have made another purchase. The S&P rallied pretty hard. It's funny, the 120 is right in between the imbalance. You know what? Honestly, like, even if we come down, this is a reasonable little corrective retracement to continue higher. I think this is the Nasdaq right here, or whatever, the US 100. It's the same thing as the S&P though. For that. Oh, check it out. MSTR came up into the retracement level, or the extension resistance level up here. A little bit weak, so I can definitely pull back before trying to retest it. Yeah, Nvidia is it's in the top 5, right, of the S&P or something like that. Is it? Oh, look at that. It was trying to hug that 120 really well, and then it popped. A little retracement on all of these, just a little retracement, can create a pretty good, like, it can start creating a 1-2-1-2 setup. Yeah, a little retracement on everything, just a little retracement, I think will be really cool to kind of fill in the volume gap and then build up more momentum from there to the upside. Yeah, it's very interesting. Oh, yo, what's up, Jackie? What do you think, Jackie? Parf is pretty bullish. I'm still bullish. Let's see it go up a little bit more. Shlomi was here earlier. He goes by My Music now. But Shlomi made a really good trade. He did a Mara trade and he captured like pretty much the majority of this upside. Oh dang, 10% profit. What was that for, like a week or a day trade or something? Or yeah, even if Mara has a retracement, it's not a good idea to sell it. I mean, we're still below $15, obviously below $20. I mean, if you don't need the money right away, I don't see why you would sell. I think BTC can hit 130 real soon, as long as we get a proper, continuation of the wave structure just to set it up for the overall third wave that'll happen soon enough. On the bigger picture, we're building up a little bit more momentum now. But it's been a while. It's been a very long time since we've seen the RSI continuously maxing out to the upside, which is really exciting to see because I don't think we've seen that since like New Year's or something like that, where the RSI just keeps pushing up higher and maxing it out. It's really exciting. It's just been too long since I've seen that.
You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Whoa, you gained 9 pounds from all that pizza yesterday? If I can gain 9 pounds right now, that'll be pretty cool. It'll be a lot to burn. I can use it. Yeah, take care, bro. I might hit the gym later too. We'll see. I shouldn't, but we'll see. Hey, Jackie, I was telling Shlomi and Parf earlier, but I really want to take a position on, like a new position on Bitcoin. Ideally, I want to short it. If we can go ahead and finish the third wave, I would like to short it for the fourth wave correction. That's something I'm interested in, but it's one thing's got to happen before I can do the other. $20 Kinder Joy? 20? 4 packets of chips? Take care, bro. Dang.
Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no. I'm all the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no.
Yeah. If I understood what you're trying to say, Jackie. Um. Yeah. I mean, there could be multiple wave counts, but the retracement has to be enough. So I think just as a test, this pretty much reaches the 0.5. So I mean, the only reasonable this will be too long to be considered a first wave. So like the first wave can either be here or here, because then the retracement is enough for a second wave. But usually second waves are they're usually short lived. So this consolidation sideways, at least to me, doesn't really to me it's not considered a second wave. So that's why I just made this a first wave, this a second wave. And since third waves tend to overextend, I'm just considering this move up a third wave. And I still think we're in the process of completing the third wave. Any potential rejection can happen in here, though. And this is just considering the fluctuations within the overall third wave right here as a potential resistance to see if momentum is strong or not. And then I really want to short. If we can get up into here, I really, really want to start shorting. Some day trade shorts and stuff like that. Until then, though, I'm just trying to see if this fails and we find support. If not, then we might have a break of structure happening. But yeah, it's however you want to consider it. But I like this as a second wave more than this. So, and then WXY 76K. Oh, you mean like in the bigger picture? Yeah, it could be because like, and then we're still offloading that third wave down. Yeah, it's possible to have sub 80K level because like I think it kind of falls into this where it's like a first wave down, second wave up because it's reasonable enough. And then due to this down being too shallow from here, then I still think it's unfolding as like a like this whole move is just corrective consolidation. So then it's like something more like this possibly, where this pump doesn't surpass the previous most high. So I think that falls into this right here where I want to try to find resistance in here before we can surpass 95K. Oh yeah, it takes a while because I don't know. It could just be that the overextended nature of it. Just depends where you start, but there's a lot of mixed news in the news, so that's kind of ruining a lot of these structures. But ideally, if we can push up higher, at least for me, if we can push up higher and start showing weakness before this high at 95, that's when I want to start potentially doing some short trades. Oh yeah, like on the RSI, what time frame do you usually pay attention to? I think you told me this before. I don't remember if it was you or not. I mean, that sounds like a pretty straightforward strategy. It kind of makes things a little easier. Like honestly, I think if I were to if I were to change my strategy and just have like the most basic strategies that I like for myself, I'll probably just trade the RSI on the either on the 4 hour or the daily candle, or probably the daily. Like on the 1 day candles, just pay attention to the RSI. That's probably what I would do if I were to like do something different. Oh yeah, you take more trades than I do. I forgot. I think you mentioned. I think you take way more trades than I do. I haven't taken a trade in like a week, and then oh, what's this? Oh, look at that! It's pushing up a little bit. See, I used to trade with the MACD a lot when I first started, but yeah, no trade better than forcing trades. I've lost a lot. I used to force trades a lot, and it didn't go well. But I'm a lot more picky with my trades now. I think I'm overly picky. That's why sometimes it takes me a while to take a trade. And the picky nature that I have is making me want to wait for a completion of a potential third wave for me to want to short. And I really don't want to take a long because we still couldn't pass the 1.38 fib extension at like 88,400 88,850. So I don't think I'm gonna take any new trades today, but most likely later this week when volume picks up and we finally either have a confirmation of structure or a break of structure, then that's when I want to take a trade. But I still have my background long Bitcoin position in the background to take advantage of any further upside until we reach, you know, further into the 90s. Yeah, BTC is definitely overbought. But even if we correct right now, like we can still push up higher though. It just needs a correction. Like the funny thing though is that there's imbalance right here that perfectly overlaps with that point 0.5 retracement. So that's what I'm trying to look for. Yeah, wait for a buying opportunity. That's what I want to do. But I prefer to buy short than long, to be honest. But if the price comes down to the point 0.5, which is where the imbalance is as well, um, basically a like 86K, the 120 moving average should move a little higher as it gets closer, and then it can also use it as support. So I think if it were to keep dropping, if it was to start dropping from here, I think that's a strong support. And if that breaks, then this is the last line of defense, at least for now. And if that breaks, then I think we just had a weak structure volume, and we're just gonna be going into deep value one more time. But if it keeps just, even if it does find support, it just keeps going higher, I'll keep following it because I need to determine where that fourth wave is going to be after the third wave. So the fourth wave correction. And that fourth wave can take a minute. There's a lot of threat right now with all kinds of directions. It's not super clear. It will become clear with time. But I really want to have a fourth wave estimate, but there's just not enough candles on here for me to want to make a fourth wave estimate. It's too early. So I'm just waiting, and hopefully we get a better clear setup this week. And also, if we do have a reasonable correction now before we pump higher, that will also give a needed correction with Mara to try to maybe either fill in all this volume before having another pump. Same thing with MSTR. There's a really nice support to kind of represent the volume that needs to be filled. At least, the way I trade. Pretty decent gap, and that just represents, I think Nvidia too. Nvidia can use a nice fill volume right here as well before it can go up higher. At least clearly go up higher, more healthy. But we'll see. We'll see. Sometimes I wish I was in Hong Kong, Jackie, just because I want to be able to. I'd rather trade at night than having to wake up to trade. Oh, can you explain? Because I wanna understand what you're trying to say. For me, well, are you saying it's a wave four in a overall bearish structure? Because usually, if we're trying to find higher prices, for me, fourth waves are corrective moves to the downside. So at least from how I understand it, are you talking about fourth wave correction to the upside on an overall bearish structure? So you're thinking lower prices, right? Because I would like to see this go into deep value once again. Is that what you're looking for? I don't feel like I'm making sense though. Okay. So fourth wave correction, move up that's the fourth wave. So then the fifth wave will bring us. So you're saying the fifth wave will be that deep value third test, the third test of deep value. That makes sense too. That'll give us that'll give us a really good, like, possibly final third wave, um deep into deep value that I would like to see as well. One more time below 80k will be amazing, because then it'll be so similar to the 2024 setup. Yeah, I think Jackie was talking about how the Nasdaq can use a correction as well. Parf. But who did I say? I said no. Parf is the one that said that. I don't know what I said. But yeah, if we can. So how far do you think the potential fourth wave correction can go? How far up do you think it can go? Because if it overlaps with this, then we can probably hit like 90 to 93k probably before coming back down. At least conservatively speaking. Yeah. Is QQQ the same thing? Is this the same thing? Because do I have the Nasdaq? I have US Index 100, but let me see. Hold on. Okay, I never done this, and I never really look at the Nasdaq, so this is gonna be new to me. A fib retracement. 22. 22,319. 19. Okay, that's close enough. I think. Oh, my charts are a little different. Hold on. It's not perfect, but I know what you mean. If I drive perfectly, it would hit a level right there. But do you think it's gonna act as a strong enough resistance? Because can't it, like, kind of like try to push further into the retracement? Oh yeah. Wait, volume decreasing. Oh, so it's a reset. Yeah, I think if I understand it correctly, a decrease in volume after a move is one indication of a change of structure, or like not a change of structure, but like a a potential reversal. Jeez, I can't talk. Yeah, you're right. I see what you mean though, because it's hitting reasonable retracement, at least the minimum requirements of it, and a decrease in volume means potential reversal of whatever's happening. And then I guess what you're trying to say is, like, because Bitcoin is considered risk on, just like tech companies. If the retracement holds as resistance, then it will influence Bitcoin to come down, because it's somewhat correlated for some reason. And if that does happen, then you're saying deep value one more time, right? If I understand you correctly, I like that. It makes sense. Although I would like the price to go up a little higher before we see a potential aggressive dip. Because if it goes higher, then it'll give me a chance to wanna take my shorts. Because, like, I would go along with you saying take your shorts now, but it's like I want to see I want to see this go higher before I think I said this in yesterday's video, or like the one before or whatever. But like even if we come down here, we have reasonable support to test and then try to pump higher. But I'll be more comfortable personally just because of how shallow these bullish breakup structures are being. Just because of how shallow they are. Like the one from here to here was fairly shallow for a bullish third wave. And then this one is still shallow compared to this. So if this is the same as this, then like this one found support reasonably. This one should find support reasonably before going up higher. So it's a little confusing right now. So I'm just trying to be slow with it. I'll be more comfortable starting to take some shorts again around 90k. At least starting at 90k, I'll be considering to short just for my own personal charts. And I already told everyone I'll be doing that on YouTube. So like I want to keep my word. I try to keep my word every time, so I'm just going to stick with that plan. So I'm not jumping around. For the few people that actually like I think even like if you have 200 subs on YouTube, I think really out of the 200 there's probably only like 10 like legit subscribers or something like that, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna stay out as well, Jackie. I'm gonna follow your footsteps as well. I think we're on the same page. There's potential for upside and there is potential for downside just because of how shallow the rally has been, regardless, even though it's a really, really good rally. But shallow in my opinion. Yeah, there's always opportunity. I want to start day trading live, like actually day trading. But there's two things I'm trying to do. I'm trying to wait to see if this Bitcoin structure can go up so I can start offloading longs to lock in some of that upside on the account. Upside on the account. And then using that to take some short-term trades. And I also want to next week or this Friday. No, this Friday I go to pay my taxes. So I want to offload that cash so I don't have to worry about it anymore and then trade with what I got. And by the time that happens, we should finally have a more clear structure to like take advantage of on like day trades and stuff like that. So, I would like to start day trading this week again, but it looks like everything is gonna set up to start day trading in April, at like the start of April or something like that. It's been a while since I day traded, and I feel like setups are really clear right now, and I want to start doing it live and not taking a lot of these long term swing trades. They can be really boring. And I might transfer funds over to a different exchange, and that can take like 5 days. The other exchange is gonna give me a better platform to trade on. NQ1. It's the same thing though. You're just looking at futures, right? You're looking at those monthly futures. I think isn't that what NQ1 is? And there's like a whole lot of like different sets. Like there's like NQ1, and then there's a ton of other ones, but I think they all have different expirations. They're like ETFs that track futures or I don't know, something like that. But they should be the same, right? Honestly, I'm surprised we're at these levels. I strongly believe that like, oh, after FOMC meeting, like rally in reaction to it, and then the next few days are gonna be like negative prices the next few days. And absolutely not. It's I mean, we saw negative prices shortly after, but it just recovered really, really well. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, it's not like the meeting was that dovish or anything. I really don't get it. Like, I'm surprised we're pushing further up, but you know, we work with it. Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm gonna chill for a bit. I think I'm gonna go out to the store later. But let's see. Yeah, everything has been pumping Nvidia. Everything has been pumping. So this is just an overall influence. But man, Tesla has been getting some really, really good. I mean, no. They've been getting a lot of negative press. A lot of negative press. But they're so discounted. So discounted. I wouldn't be surprised if this keeps trending higher though. Like maybe after a small reasonable correction back at the 120 moving average. Like we saw back here. Like here we had like the big gap up and then it came back down to the 120 moving average and then pumps higher. Oh, same thing. It's kind of weird how they're all overlapping so well. But maybe we can see something like this where we have a retracement back to the 120 to fill in the gap and then push up higher. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like Tesla may be a really good. I'm actually quite interested in it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually quite interested in it. And then the other thing too is the US dollar is down a lot. It can trend a little bit higher. But if we can see this weaken and try to go further, like possibly even below $100 in value on the US dollar index, I think that'll be really, really good for growth assets. And then, oh yeah, we can definitely see more upside too. I mean, 3 waves are like on what the corrective move. Is that what you're trying to say? Also, the VIX can have a little bit of a correction. So that I think like if the VIX comes up a little bit to try to, level out volatility a little bit, we can see a little bit of a dip in these growth assets, which will fill in that gap that a lot of them has made. And then it'll continue its trend further down, and then that'll just keep pumping everything. I think that's possible for this to come back down to like 15, maybe. After a little bit of a jump, come back down, and then that can possibly like a lot of these companies are basically the same where we see like on Tesla. We see the VIX jump up, so this comes down a little bit, fills in the imbalance at the 120, kind of like it did back here, right here, and then pump up higher as the VIX continues to drop. I think that's super, super interesting. If this holds throughout the rest of the day, I think I'm gonna make a video on it because to me it makes a lot of sense. So I want to share it. And thank you, bro. I honestly probably wouldn't have looked at any of this unless you would have mentioned what you mentioned. Yeah, no, I'm expecting a downside as well. Like I'm expecting a pretty good downside soon, because right now all of this positivity is just based off of purely just optimism. It's all based on optimism with transitory inflation and all that. This is, I truly think this is all being propped up by just purely optimism. So we'll see how it goes after that right here. I'm about to go eat breakfast. Yeah, let's see how this goes. I think the VIX plays a big factor with the setup you mentioned on a lot of those growth assets, including the Nasdaq. It makes a lot of sense to me. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I like that because it's like when you're looking at the overall bearish structure, like it makes sense what you're saying. I just don't know how to explain it really well. I get you. I just don't know how to put it into words. I'm gonna go eat breakfast though and see how this trends the rest of the day. See what happens. But I'm hoping this week we just finish setting up that clear setup because I really wanna take another trade. It's been a while since I took a trade, so it will happen this week. Like I wouldn't be surprised. Wait, why? That's interesting. Mostly people look at like Microsoft or Apple, or like all that other stuff, but you look at Tesla and Nvidia, which is very interesting, and it makes sense because like for some reason you said Apple. I think I have it right here actually. I do. Yeah, I mean, it can max out the R side to the upside. It tends to do that a lot, and if it does, it'll use the 120 as a potential resistance. But the thing is, though, if for some reason there is continued optimism, like it can fill in potential imbalance up here, and what that would mean is that like this can get filled up here. Like it can come up higher. Maybe if it takes a little bit, this will come down more. And then it finds a chance to fill this in before reaching this. But it's got to pass that 120. That's actually confusing. There's actually a lot of what ifs in Apple. It shows potential, but like at the same time it doesn't. And then bigger trend. On the bigger trend, even if it comes down, there's not a whole lot more downside to it either. But even on the 1 hour, it's overbought. Like, oh, I kind of like it actually. I want to keep my eyes on this because if you are right, like Apple can become a really good buying opportunity. Even everything, all the tickers you mentioned can be really, really good. Well, yeah, you're saying it reached retracement. I know what you're trying to say. It reached its so far, reasonable retracement on the fib levels. I can see it because usually my mines extend a little bit closer to the end of the line, so then it represents that a little bit better. I'm gonna go eat breakfast, man. I'm hungry. But let's see what happens. I'm very excited, and I'm on your side on all that. Yeah, they all are for some reason. It's crazy. Like all the tech companies are doing like the same thing. I also was talking. I think last night I was talking to Parf about PG. I was talking to him about Procter and Gamble, and then I think I was talking about O as well, but not to like buy O for a trade, but like I was looking at that. We were talking about a few things, but yeah, if you're right about all these tech assets, I think we're gonna have a really, really good opportunity soon once it finishes filling in a little bit more. But I agree, downside pressure makes more sense. That's why I want to short, but not yet. I'll catch you soon, man. I'm gonna go eat.
dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow, moving with the motion,
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I
in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 for you. Won't you let the light shine through? Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
assumption. Devil's hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
like the street lights lit this town like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, now I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, now
Hellcat. Faster. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to class. shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad, I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast, didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't shining like it's neon, rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to cross. I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Thank God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in it. Oh man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Looking for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. Yup, that's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yup. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy, but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah. Lions is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights. Turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Oh no.
We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. 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 We about to turn it on. Go, 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 go. We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on. Turn it on. about to turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. 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 We about to turn it up. We about to turn it up.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I? Why do do I, baby? Why do I? Why do I, baby? Why do I?